The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. Their grouping will become known as a psalm, and together they become psalms. Let me show you our Creator's 12 commandments, listed in Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Any father of a family or his wife who did not obey any one of these 12 commandments, our Creator demanded they bring him a sin offering. Thus, our Creator defined the word sin as not obeying any one of these 12 commandments. Next, I want to show you how I changed one word in Exodus 26, verse 26, the word bars to arches, and the words now reveal the style of the roof for our Creator's tent for meeting with Him. Let me show you the translator's words from the preface of the 1611 King James Bible. They gave 4 reasons for themselves or others to edit the Bible's words. The red arrow at the top points to their 3rd reason to edit the text. By the light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. The next red arrow down points to them giving the title, the Divine, to a clerk named Gregory. The next block of words, they point out they were happy that the first emperor of Rome established the year to the course of the sun. Behind this text means Nebuchadnezzar ordered his kingdom to follow our Creator's calendar when he stopped eating grass. Did you notice the letter S in sun is capitalized? This is to give respect to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Have you seen the Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican's front yard? The last arrow points to your reward for studying the Bible. Your reward is to have a fellowship with the saints and participation of a heavenly nature that will never fade away. There is no such thing as nature to a truthful Christian. Our Creator created everything. By their own words, they were not seeking to know our Creator or Jesus. Not everyone has the knowledge to correct every word. I have an old Bible program that has the New American Standard Bible 1977 concordance to help find a better word. Their concordance has the number of times they use that English word in a parenthesis for that Hebrew word. The translators removed his name, YHVH, to put in 2 titles, Lord and God. I replaced those titles using the letters Y and V as his name, for the Hebrew language does not have a J, O, or W. By using these 2 letters, I am closer to the truth than anyone using J, O, or W for his name. So why is there a single letter O in the Hebrew text 1,095 times? No proper English was used? The blue highlighted text is text that I am removing. The red highlighted words are little words that I'm adding. Gray italic words are words that I added. To respect and honor our Creator, all capital letters in purple are our Creator's words. This is Jesus' prophecy, for I am revealing the first writer's words to tell you the true truths about Jesus. As the text is revealed, you can taste the writer's style of wording. Their words will take your belief to trusting our Creator. You will be watching prophecy before your eyes as I edit true truths back into their psalms. All right, I'm going to get started, and like I got above my head, that's what I'm going to start doing. So, after that, oops, wrong button. Okay. The text that's in parentheses is text that they found from all their manuscripts, and so they decided to put them into the text or into your Bible. I don't agree with any of them. Well, maybe I can't say any of them, but there's a very few that do. I'm also replacing the title God with the title Creator, because there is another Hebrew word for God, the title, and I will be showing you that if you want me to show you. Oh, here it is, down here. It's EL. It's going to be in this video, so I'll pull it up and I'll show you that. But what I do Oh, one more mention. These italic words in fuchsia, that means that these words were added in the text that I am showing is the New American Standard Bible 1977. And I'm doing that because I have the 1977 concordance on a Bible program, and I will show you that as well when I need to reference a word here. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to try to find the shortest verses that I can. So I know I will be mumbling to myself, but sorry about that. And then I'll get, after I break them down, I will start really getting into how to edit the text correctly. And I will cry aloud. I will cry aloud my voice to YV and our Creator, and He will hear me. In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. In the night my hand was stretched out without weariness. My soul refused to be comforted. When I remember our Creator, then I'm disturbed. When I sigh, then my spirit grows faint. And we know this guy keeps putting his name all over the text. You have held my eyelids open. I am so troubled that I cannot speak. I have considered the days of old, the years of long ago. I remember my song in the night. I will meditate with my heart, and my spirit ponders. Will the Lord reject forever? Will He never be favorable again? Has His love kindness ceased forever? Has His promise come to an end forever? Has God forgotten to be gracious? Or is He in anger, withdrawn His compassion? Oops, I guess I should blow this up a little bit. Sorry about that. Then I say it is my grief. I don't know where to stick those next words. The Most High has changed. Well, we're talking about our Creator. Got to make sure that gets correctly said there. I will remember the deeds of Yah. Now, this is one of the first times in Psalms that I can actually talk about Yah as a word in the Hebrew side of the text. And it's very important. So I'm going to do that a little bit later. Right now, I want to keep continuing. So I remember the deeds of our, surely I will remember your words of old. I will meditate on all your work and muse on your deeds. Your way, Creator, is holy. What God is great like our Creator? What God? This should have been a capital G. It wasn't in their text. Yeah, well, then again, that's a bad guy. So what am I talking about? You are the God who works wonders. You have made known your strength among the peoples. You have, by your power, redeemed your people, the sons from Jacob and Joseph. Oh boy, here goes. And the waters saw you, Creator, and the waters saw you, and they were in anguish, and the deep also trembled. The clouds poured out water, the skies gave forth a sound, your arrows flashed here and there. The sound of your thunder was like in a whirlwind, and lightning lit up the world, and the earth trembled and shook. Your way is in the sea, and your path is in the mighty waters, and your footprints may not be known. You did lead your people like a flock by the hands of Moses and Aaron. Now, I think you've seen what was wrong with some of that, and I need to oh man, I gotta look here in, where is it? Let me open this here. I gotta get to this. And these are the stupid verses in Psalms, just to let you know. But this is, I gotta pull this off to the side. Come on, get a hold of it. Bring it down a little bit. And then bring it down here. And bring it over here. And this is Psalm, what? 77. I need to copy that first, because this list is starting to grow very long. Your footsteps may not be known. Okay, all this is just stupid words, okay? I hope you agree. I mean, if not, there's something wrong here. You should be trying to honor and respect our Creator by getting rid of a lot of this kind of text. Since I'll be done with that, I'll put that down. But this here, this is just out. I'm not even going to try to make sense of it. That's just stupid words. And being, Moses. Moses, next letter, key over. But these words might go together with what's up here, so I can't throw them out yet. Now I'm going to try to group the words together. This text is just not needed at all, so I'll get rid of that. My voice, right? Well, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah. My voice rises to our Creator. And that's wrong, for our Creator can hear and know you. So that isn't true. My voice. What is your voice? Your voice is your words. Okay, so the first question, my words. Oops. My words. Let me see. Let's check. I got the concordance just for that matter. Oops, I got to bring back where I was working here. Okay, my voice. And over here, a cry. My voice turns to listen 4 times. This is kind of the funny things that happen in the text. When you see the actual, what they did to create the verses you've got, noise, voice they use quite a bit, but it's got to be used for words as well. Words only once, and it's got an asterisk by it, and I haven't really figured out what the asterisk means, but it's his words he's saying. I'm pretty sure that's the truth. So my words are to our Creator, and it has to be, the word when has to be added just to make sure that it's truthful. When I cry aloud. Now, something's telling me that here the word cry aloud is, 2 Hebrew words together. Okay. So sometimes I don't need both of them. And what I mean by that, I can say, I cry out. And that has a better meaning, not just aloud. You're crying out to our Creator. And because I've added the word when, I just don't have one single word here in the verse. A lot of times that's why I will use the second one to have it, when you see the format, usually has 2 words to make a sentence. A lot of times it has 3, but most of the time it has 2. So I'm happy with the word when. I will cry out. And here that's really saying the same thing as the first verse. So right now I'm just going to say it doesn't belong here. And this is our Creator. And he cries out. When I cry out, I can't add any words to this, so he will hear me. And the days, has to be days of my trouble. Now, the word trouble is troubling for the simple fact that usually, look, I've been doing this text for 30 years like this, so I can tell you that when they're crying out to our Creators because the enemy is coming after them, okay, it's not for a daily trouble, all right? So the thing here is my words are to our Creator. When you're speaking to our Creator, you are praying to Him. When I cry out loud, and He will hear me in the days of trouble, this means that He's going to be asking Him for something, and that is a petition. There's a difference between a prayer and petition. Now, I think some people will say, well, I read the word supplication. Well, I'm getting rid of the word supplication. I will only use petition in the days of my trouble. But right now you can see that this is becoming, this verse is connecting to this verse, and so is this verse connecting to this verse. So I'm getting a 4-verse format to start off. Whether it holds up or not, I don't know. Depends on how I'm reading and how I'm grouping the words together. I sought our Lord. I would have to say not the Lord, but now usually when it's a capital letter like that, just out there like that, Lord, that sometimes is talking about Jesus. But here I don't see that way. I sought our Lord. And this is what happens when they put 2 titles in, and they wanted one to mean like being used for his name. Well, here, this title is using the title Lord correctly. So I will change it to this. I sought our Lord. And this will be nightly. Nightly, meaning every night, because I do have the word days up there. And I don't need these 2. I sought our Lord nightly. Now this means that this needs to come back up here. And this with my hands stretched out. Not your hands, your arms. Okay, now they are connected to your hands, but I like the arms because that would be like this. He was talking to him in his private room nightly. And do you know which way he was facing? He was facing heaven. We learned that in Psalms 49. Not 49. 40. Here we go. This is that text that I'm referring to in Psalm 48 in the New American Standard Bible only. Now there's another Bible, but it's offshoot, and it has the same words as the New American Standard Bible. But this is Psalms 48:2. Beautiful in elevation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion in the far north, a city of the great King. And when I cleaned it up, the far north is the North Star, and it's the second heaven is the star's motion creates this mountain effect, and Mount Zion, and this is called Mount Zion, is what they named it, hopefully. That's what the text tells us. And then above there is where heaven is located and where our Creator was ascending and descending from. This is where Moses raised his staff and asked for our Creator to bring about his plague. We also have text that Jesus looked to heaven and asked for a blessing. So when I clean up the words and corrected, and I had to move a lot, I did higher, not beautiful. I have to be truthful. Okay, so maybe I better be truthful and say higher in elevation is heaven, a wonder to everyone on earth, is above our Creator's mountain called Mount Zion in the far north. And heaven is where the kingdom for our great King will be. That's what happens when you clean it up. But the Zion in the far north. So when you're talking about the stars, you have to understand that is the second heaven. the third heaven is where the birds fly. Okay, just to let you know what's going on there, so you understand. The other person that I know that stretched out his arms like this would have been Solomon when he was looking to heaven. When they had just got done with building his house for a meeting with him, I think it's after they put all the things in the house, then they made an offering on the large altar for the whole nation and the king. And they were given I believe it was a peace offering. It doesn't really state what they did, but it would be a peace offering. A peace offering is asking our Creator for them to have peace and to, when they go to battle an enemy, that hopefully you give us peace and not them. Okay, that we have been subject to your, we've been obeying your will. So there's another person, Solomon, that was stretched out his arms without weariness. Now, okay, so when I sought out our Creator nightly, comma, my arms were stretched out, so I've got that wrong. My arms were, that was, were stretched out without weariness. My soul refused to be comforted. Okay, now let me see, because I was kind of reading ahead, so I do that and I just kind of let words drift off. So I'm looking at trying to see that that's going to be the 4-verse group, because this is separate. Without weariness, and it's not your soul. Well, weariness, it would be for not your soul, but your heart. Your heart is the emotional state. So it's not soul, my heart. My heart refused my discomfort. It has to be my discomfort. He's talking about his arms being out there for too long, and not so much that he wasn't comforted. He's asking our Creator, and our Creator just doesn't do this answer you right away, okay, without weariness, for my heart refused my discomfort, okay. That's why he was without weariness, because he put up with it. So this means that when he was like this, that he was talking longer than just these words that he's writing, okay? So he was really pleading his case. You got to read into what the words are saying for you to get a real good understanding of what they're writing about, because these are short little paragraphs, sometimes with a lot more information than you think that's in them. So, but let's see, I would say that this is a group then that groups with this up here. See, when they wrote, they would write with these two paragraphs together. So let me show you that. So I don't go through everything here. And let me clean this up. Okay. Okay, now it would be, my words are to our Creator when I cried out. My words were, so I have to add that. Okay. And I would use, okay, I'm just going to leave it like that. Were to our Creator when I cried out. He will hear me in the days of my trouble. Now there's that's being said wrong. And I'm not going to use to correct the words ye are here. What I'm seeing here, even though you can see that this is a small paragraph, they work together. This is a small paragraph, they are worked together, and then it's one large paragraph. I'm seeing these two words. They should almost go here. Let me see how that read tastes to see if I'm right. Okay. He will hear me in the days of my trouble, for my words are to our Creator when I cry out. See how smooth that's being said now? That is how smooth it becomes when you actually really edit the text. And I've done this a lot. So when you edit it yourself, you might not get that. Okay. It takes a long time. But then again, if you take the Psalms and you do this type of work, get rid of the trash, like some of these are eyelids, have our Creator's eyelids test man. He has smoke blowing out of his nostril and fire coming out of his mouth. Things that you blatantly know or dislike, or what I like to call oversalted words, remove from them. Then when you actually study the text, and then when you go to sleep that night, talk to our Creator about some of the problems you were having there and trying to get and ask Him for help for you to learn more about Him. And you'll find that as you go through the text, it'll start getting better and better and better. Okay. And then you will be happy to learn that only between you and our Creator is teaching you and giving you more knowledge to be able to edit the text correctly. I usually try to say move up 2 verses. So what I want to do is say here, moved up 2 verses. And that way you can see it. He will hear me in the days of my trouble, for my words are to our Creator when I cry out. And I'm going to change this to his name because they knew his name. Livy will hear me. Now we have who he is talking to and correctly stated. I sought our Creator nightly, our Lord nightly. My arms were stretched out without weariness, for my heart refused my discomfort. See how beautiful they wrote back then? I mean, that's just stunning when you see how that truth just comes right out when you actually find the words, group them together, and then clean it up and you read it again and your understanding gets closer to our Creator. So I forgot to do this setting here. Sorry about that. I forgot what I was doing here earlier. I got to shut off that. Okay, now hopefully I got what I need there. So, okay. When I remember our Creator, then I am disturbed. Well, that's not, you can't truthfully say that. Why, if you're remembering our Creator, then I am disturbed? This, now, because he's going to be talking about years of long ago, and now he's now answering us, this text might go below someplace else. So the thing here is when I remember our Creator, then I am disturbed. You can't say that. You're asking our Creator, so you can't say that when you remember him. You're talking to him, asking for him. You can't be disturbed, okay? So this text, I'm going to separate, and I'm going to go down a little bit farther. I sigh I sigh, then my spirit goes faint. When I sigh, and it's kind of like this, my spirit grows faint. And we know that it's not a spirit here. A spirit, they use in the Hebrew and in the Greek text, a lot of times they'll use it as like breath, words, sound, wind, maybe even like consciousness. Then they'll also use it as like a ghost or like a knowledge of your soul. But they have a separate word for soul, but that's pretty much the definition of spirit. And once you understand that, then you can correctly put in the correct word for spirit. So there's, well, maybe I should show you, because if I don't, you'll say, well, you should have showed me because I don't believe you. I think this is the Hebrew. Yep. And these are like how many times this New American Standard Concordance will list that word. And you can see anger, okay, breathless, cold. You can't feel this. You know it's there. You just can't touch coldness. Courage. So you got the idea that what I'm saying here, but they could have done that with all these other words that they did. So they just stuck other words in, because some of these words I know have other Hebrew words for, but that's when they seen the word spirit, they wanted that word to be put in for there. Now, when it comes to the King James Strong's definition, then you can see how they tried to put it into words by having this knowledge of all the words spirit meant. At least that's what Strong's tried to do. So I think he was making notes off to the side. I don't know if he's really a good guy or not. All I know is that this is what we have of his work, and it does help us a lot. What helps me better is this here, when I can prove that they're using the wrong words, such as like right now. Then my heart grows faint. Then my thoughts, I don't even see that. When I remember our Creator, then I am disturbed. My sigh, then my spirit grows faint. It would have to be the word I by itself. And then I'd have to say I'm adding this, don't need, then I don't need this, then I don't need this. Okay. When I sigh, I grow faint, so I don't need this word here. So, yes, this word needs to be here, so I'll make it my word that I've added. And then it does connect together. Okay. But this, I am disturbed. I can't work with that much yet. You have upheld my eyelids. You have held my eyelids open. Well, let's get rid of some stupid words here. I don't even want to try to work with them because your eyelids don't do anything, and I'm not going to come up with a metaphorical meaning. Words mean what they mean, and if there's metaphorical words, that only comes that I know about is when Jesus's parables that people will relate a story to a meaning, but it is the assembly of the words, okay, that make it that you're to have an understanding of his kingdom in heaven, okay? So I am troubled. I am so troubled. I cannot speak. That would hook together, so that and this. I'm so troubled. For I have considered the days of old. I'm considering, although I don't like the word considering. But let's take a good look here in the concordance. What does considered? Okay, I'm gonna pull this up towards the top a little bit more and do it like that. Consider it's tied to the days of old. If I am mindful, that's a good word. Mindful, even though it's only used once. I can't use to advise. When I reckon, when I ponder, that's only used once. You're not scheming. When I'm skillfully, when I think, 3 times. Think, yeah, think. Think or, what do I have here? Consider 3 times. Oh, 13 times. So I should be able to use, yeah, I think I would rather use consider. And that's what they did. But when I consider, no, when I am mindful, or I like that better, mindful. What was the other word here that I'm just going to peek here? Think. I'm going to put think. Think is a better word. Mindful. I don't know if your mind has to be full of things. Whoops. When I think about, I don't want to just use the word of. So if I tie these two together, I need that as saying that's my addition, but this addition is just changing this word. I am so troubled I can't speak. I need to add the word when again. So I'm going to grab it up here and add it here. When I think, yeah, I can get rid of this. When I think of the I've added this word, the days of old, the days of this would have to be like Egypt's time. I think he's thinking when he led them out of Egypt, he was with them. Okay, so I'm going to just look at the text real quick here. I'm trying to get a hint to see how these words are being related down farther. And when I think of the days, he led them, he led us. The years long ago, the days of past years. Okay, when I do this, now I'm trying to put the words in the days of our older years. And now this is almost like trying to tell me who wrote the text as well. The days of our older years. Now, this would be one way to say it is putting it into a timeline perspective. Okay, you would have like Moses, which you can see it's going to be very long ago. And these are just older that would have been reflecting like the days of David. Okay, let me just say that. And that's when I think of the days of our older years. And that would be a period now, kind of. And of long ago, and of our longer past, our how would I, of our longer years, of long ago. Okay, this past years is past. You know what I'm trying to put this as Egypt. So when I'm looking here, okay, two words together. Okay, so it's not eternal. He's not thinking about the very beginning, not thinking of Noah. So of old. I can't really say it's ancient. Of that was really no help either. When I think of the days of our older years and our beginning years of long ago. No, bringing beginning bringing, beginning, beginning, and our beginning years of long ago. I think I just found the verse that was missing. Okay, this is all going to be, I've added. In our beginning years of long ago. So I think that would have had, because I don't see this as being, but now I see that this is a 4-verse. Then I sigh as I grow faint. When I remember our Creator, I sigh and grow weak. For I am troubled and I cannot speak. When I think of Him in the days of our older years, yeah, I think I'm going to have to word Him here. Okay. And then how do I do this? Because this is related to down here. So I don't know if I need it twice now. But let's see. When I remember our Creator, I sigh and grow weak. This means I grow not faint, but weak. Let me see. The faint goes to weak here. Okay, it's 2 words used together again. Faint, feeble. Yeah, there would be a different word for weak, but overwhelmed. I don't want to say I'm overwhelmed. Okay. Let's see here. If I go back here and I connect this, I can use, well, let me see if that word is there. That would help. I'm looking at the word then. And see if that's actually in. Did I add that? Is that italic? Yeah, the word then. Okay, it's not there at all. But if I use that instead of the word when and say like this, when I remember our Creator, well, that is not connecting to this text. Then I sigh and don't need this word no more. Grow weak. And I am so troubled I cannot speak. When I remember our Creator, see this verse of the days of old? We have who He is as Creator. if I say I don't need this because it's right here, when I remember him, uh, in the days of our older years, when I remember he wasn't there, so that when I think of him, yeah, this text is going to be completely out. I don't need it. Okay. And then this, because I have it right here. My heart refused my discomfort. Yet when I think of him, heart refused to be discomfort. How is that being tied? Then I sigh and grow weak. I am so troubled I cannot speak. When I think of him, but this is already a grouping, so this would have to group with other words. I'm not going to throw all this out yet. If I need to, I can come back and try to do those words, but that's not, I'm trying to connect this to this. When I think of him, of the day, in the days, not of, in the days of our older years and of our beginning years of long ago. That is really good. So I'm seeing that. What I'm not seeing here is that group right there. But then again, it does happen that verses are stuck in there that don't go later. So it might become obvious now when I start working with more text here. I remember my song in the night. You don't sing in the night. I will remember I will meditate with my heart. Meditate is a wrong word because it's tied to those that meditate to have sex with a so-called female goddess. And that is what the Queen of Heaven described by Jeremiah. Or no, that's 2 Malachi 11, where they marry the daughter of a foreign god. They have to meditate to do that. So what I got to have here is I will remember but he's thinking about him in days of long ago. Well, my mind ponders. Let's start with that one. My mind ponders. Or is it wonders? Let me go here and see what ponders. Searches. When my mind searches, it's only used as pondering once, or ponders once. I guess I could, let me see what the secular dictionary says for this. Consider, muse, think about. When my mind thinks about, it is saying the word ponder, so I guess I will live with the word ponders. And my mind ponders, will our Lord, and this is like, like a guider over a family or a great large household that would have servants working in the field and, taking care of many things. Maybe he's got herds, but it's a one who has, he gives guidance for a lot more than just his family. Okay. My mind ponders, will our Lord reject us forever? Now, this, like I said, it is starting to have words that talk about who would write this. And this is almost a scribe or a prophet. I don't see these words as a king yet, because a king would have the conflicts of going on with more than what I'm reading so far. He'd be worried about those that are starting to be against him, the people growing on comfort because of the rulings that he's making. That type of wording is missing so far. My mind ponders, so you don't need these words here. It is saying the same thing, but it's the mind, not the heart. When my mind ponders, will our Lord reject us forever? And will he never be favorable to us again? Now that is almost like somebody in the nation of Israel, okay? That we know that the nation Israel was taken into captivity by the Assyrians. So this could be words from a prophet or a scribe in the Israeli nation. And then it's kind of like these two are tied together, and they don't have a question mark back in those days then, I guess. Will our Lord reject us forever and never be favorable to us again? Not a song, it's going to be his words again, his words in the night. Okay. Song. Now, this is where I would say that I'm adding the word and not making it my own, because I'm replacing a word that this falls within the shadow of that word. That's the best way I can say it. as I remember. Oh, I gotta put as before here. So it's as. And I gotta remake that macro, that's for sure. As I remember my words at night. At night. My mind ponders. My mind thinks. As I remember my words at night, then my mind ponders. Then my mind, I'm going to put in wonders. We know, now I don't like using the word wonders specifically because now it's going to be tied to two meanings. So maybe I shouldn't. Wonders would be something that our Creator done, like causing the plagues, walking through the Red Sea, causing those type of great wonders. Okay. Then my mind. I guess I'm just going to have to put thanks. Then my mind thinks. And he's going to tell us what his mind thinks. Will our Lord reject us forever and never be favorable to us again? Okay, those two go together. But this verse, almost like this group, looks like it needs to be underneath here. That's not reading into correct context, but it's so similar to this that those have to be grouped together. Okay, now you know why it takes me a couple hours to do one of these. I'm trying to make sure that whatever words can be found and dug out and say them truthfully, we are going to be able to keep these. Ceased forever. His promise to come to an end forever. Uh, okay, because this is getting interesting. Because now he's telling us his thoughts about how our Creator is not answering them. Like the prophets are gone. But I know the prophets aren't gone in Judah's time. We have Micah, Uzzah, I think even Malachi. We have Isaiah, and we have Jeremiah as the last on the kingdom of Judah. So at this time, it doesn't seem like they're been sent away in any of the texts. Now, a lot of times in the text, I will find words that that their people are being corrupt, and I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing those words in these words yet. And be favorable to give. and has his, I'm going to put the word and, or has his love kindness. Well, let's put it this way. This just gets stupid. You can't have two words. Has his kindness ceased? I don't think they can say forever, because they all know that Jesus is coming. So you can't say forever. Has his kindness ceased with us? Has his promise, not his promise, his prophecy has come to an end forever? No. We know that's not true. Has his blessing come to an end for us? Has his kindness ceased? Has his blessing come to an end? Because I know the word promise is not going to be tied. Let me just do this and then bring it up. Ceased. Is his kindness gone from us? Has his See, they're only using the word promise once, so if it's a prophet from Israel, the nation Israel, before they go into captivity, then that would be, I can't say his promise, I have to say his blessing. And I got to say that I'm adding this word, his blessing. Because the word promise is not there. That's not true. As his kindness, what did I have here? What did I see that I've forgotten already? Gone. As his kindness ceased. As his kindness left us. I think I'm going to use left us. Because we already know that I can't get away from using the word left and make it only one meaning. So why not use it here? Because that's how I use it in other places. As he left us. Because maybe these are words from a priest that he is now not showing up in the house for meeting with him. I just had that thought. I don't know if that has his kindness left. And this would be a subject to that. Has his blessing come to an end? Well, I'm going to make that mine. So, has his blessing left us? Has his kindness left us? And his blessing and because you got to tie them, you can't have them two hases. Has is already here. Has his love kindness left us, comma, and his blessings ended? Blessings ended. Has God forgotten to be gracious? This I don't need. That's just what's been said twice. We don't need a repeat of the words. Or is he angry with us? Or is he angry with us, comma, this gets added, or is he angry with us and withdrawn his compassion? Let's go look at the word compassion. Is mercy. Not compassion. It's going to be mercy. He's left and he's not having, because he's angry with him, he doesn't have his mercy right now. Or is he angry and withdrawing his mercy from us, not feeling sorry for them? I guess that would be related to compassion, but I see the word, even though compassion was used 30 times, I'm seeing the word mercy, that even under the worst extent of what's going on, he has no mercy for any of them anymore. So that's what I'm seeing. In the text and the way it's reading, I just feel that's a much better word. Compassion, I would relate that he is keeping them still in mind. Okay. Just a second here. I'm waiting for a phone call. I didn't think I would get that quick and then hang up on me. Sometimes the battery is dead and realize that a little late. Then I say in my grave, as his right hand of the Most High changed to us. But that's already been said. This is what's being said. And this is okay. I need to clean up this text right now just to see what I've got here, because I stopped there before. And let me bring this down. Oops, I don't want to forget where I'm at. So I'll make a space. Now, let's see how this goes. Okay, just a second. All right, now what I did was I cleaned it up a little bit, let you look at it. So now what do I have here? I've got um, that verse none of this I really like. When I think of him in the days of older years and of our beginning years of long ago, and then I remember my words at night. And this has to be changed. This has to say, now my mind thinks. Okay, when I think of him in the days of our older years and of our beginning years of long ago, then I remember long ago. Then I remember my words at night. Now my mind thinks, will our Lord reject us forever and never be favorable to us again? Has his kindness left us and his blessings ended? Or is his anger for us? Or is he angry with us and withdrawn his mercy from us? We gotta do that. This is separate. I don't think this, my heart refused to be my discomfort. For I think of him, this discomfort, if it's tied to this, it's not when, then I think of him. With my heart refused discomfort. I don't know, I could still use those words to make up a verse though. But this is getting clean enough here to where I can say that. Let me go back up here, add that there, say, oh, whoops, need the S. Okay, because these two down here go together really, really good. So what I'm seeing it is a break here, and then I will have two here that breaks again. So, but this, I need something to go with this one, and I'm going to leave pieces there. Maybe I can find something that's in here that, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure where I'm at. I don't want to double do the text here. Then I say, in my grave. Then I say, in my grave. And I don't need these words. It's not by his hand. He rules from his mind. So then I say in my grave. But that's most high. I don't think they'd call her creator. It would call him creator here. So this is not being said correctly. So let me go on here. I remember the deeds of Yah. Okay, now here there's a problem. When I go to the text here, and I want to show you that when I click on the word Yah, and we have the word Lord, I need to also explain to you in the titles. They actually removed our Creator's name 6,825 times and put in 2 titles. They lessened our Creator by removing his name. I don't care how they tell you what they're saying. They're just weak Christians if they come up with minds like that and reject them. They aren't strong enough, okay, to actually tell you the truth that we need to know his name. So I put his name back into the text, and I've shortened it up to YH, and there's a reason for that, and I'll get into that another time and have got into it in the past. But here we have the word Yah showing up, and I want to show you the capital letters here for our Creator's name, and they've replaced this name this many times. But it means the name of the God of Israel. Now the thing here is what if it's the name of the king from Israel? Okay, not God of Israel, the king of Israel. Remember, they're getting rid of Jesus because the bad guys are in control of the text. But now that you understand that they've removed Yah 48 times, I want to show you, I got to go to Jesus group here. This is the best definition that I can show you that. Okay, let me go back here. Sorry about that. What did I guess my board is not working right. Where would I have left off at? I guess, let me see. Oh, I went to Yah, and so I would have been right here. Okay, I got to get back now. What I wanted to do is show you 2 other definitions that I have for our Creator. Okay, let me show you this text here. Now, this tells us his name is being replaced 6,825 times for 2 titles, and they've disrespected our Creator for sure, and don't want you to know he has a name. You think his name is God, and yet they only used it 315 times. You should have Lord, but you understand Lord is like a provider. But over these 318 or 13 times, you think his name is God. You're just wrong. We have a name for our Creator, and I'm putting that back into the text. But here is Yah, and I wanted to show this because it shows how they capitalized the letters for Yah here. And so they have 2 titles for Yah as well. Now, what happens when you read the definition down here, it says the God of Israel, the name of the God of Israel. But that's not true. What if it is really to say the name of the King of Israel? Okay. Yah, that's the name they gave him. Okay. And I can show you that when I take you to Psalms 149. and show you here how they use the word Lord for Yah. Praise Yah. Sing to Yvie right here a new song. So it means they have something new to talk about. And praise and his praise in the congregation. The congregation is just when people are gathered together, okay? And I mean that as when they're supposed to celebrate the Passover by coming down to be around the house or tent to celebrate his passing over that day and 7 more days. So this is what you're supposed to do. Now you're talking about to praise him in the group, okay, and rejoice in their king. Now we have him as a king, okay, and where does that come from? That comes from when Nathan told David in Psalms 110 that through his son's seed shall come a king, and his kingdom will have a kingdom in heaven. So the thing here is you have to understand that they know this, and the word is king. And then praise his name, okay? Again, praise his name. Well, praise Yah has to be his name then, okay? Because it is tied to salvation, all right? So let's be truthful and talk about the title or the word Yah as meaning Jesus. Once you understand that, now you've got to understand that this verse is not right, because the deeds of Yah, but remember Yah, okay? Because now we know that they're talking about Jesus. Surely I will remember your words of old. See, this is, I will remember Yah and remember your wonders of old. Because they're supposed to wait for Yah. They're being told that he's coming. I will remember to wait for Yah and remember your words, your wonders from old. Well, let me just divide, because I think I can use these 2 verses. I can't use these 2 verses to connect to this. Maybe I can. Because you got to remember, they know Yah is going to be in. Let me show you something about these 2 words here to make sense of what I'm talking about here. This is up 1 verse, so Most High is used always this way. We know that there is a word that is for most, but high, okay? I like saying things like highest high to keep to the word meaning highest high, okay? Not of the, but our highest high. See, now all of a sudden it changes it to Jesus as our king, because he's going to be granted a kingdom in heaven. See, that would make Jesus the highest high. So, but this would be because our Creator is going to do this. I'll do this and I'll put red in it so we know that, well, who we're talking about. And then this, get rid of. Our highest high. Then my grief, and then I said my grief. He's wondering about the situation, so I have to say will our highest high changed to. So when I'm adding this, that's a very important word. So I'm going to say that. Will our highest change to? But I will remember Yah and remember I'm really trying to keep these words, so I don't want to distort them as far as that I'm making them mine. And remember, and I'm going to put his name in here. Yah's wonders of old. Now, when I say his wonders, like I was saying before, that's specifically talking about taking them from Egypt into the promised land. So I don't have to use the words of old here. Okay. And this would be a period, and this would be a comma. Would be a comma, I think. I will remember Yah and remember Yahweh's wonders. I said in the Greek, well, our highest high changed to. But I will remember Yah and remember. Okay, I think I need the word but here. I could put the word yet I will remember. No, but because of he's changed, but I will remember Yah and remember Yahweh's wonder. Or if you pronounce it in Hebrew, I believe it's Yavah. So sometimes I say that when I'm reading, and I just remembered I said that way, so I better tell you why. Otherwise, I should be saying Yahweh's wonders. Okay, now. And I'm just thinking, this could tie to that and be separate of that. So I might have enough to say that I can throw this out because these two kind of tie together. They might be switched around, like I said, but anyways, I will meditate on all your work. I don't think so. That's just being stupid. And muse on your deeds. No, he's already been thinking and wondering above. Your way, our Creator, is holy. What God is like, our Creator. How would you shorten our Creator to compare it to a false God? Okay. And this, they use this title is EL in the text. So when I show you this, that is 13, yeah. Whoops, it is the second one. What God, see this? See this? They've got it down here 16 times like this. But this is the title God, and this is what they're referring to when I keep saying this, that it's like them comparing another God all the time. So let me see if I can capture that and remember that when I do that. But here, the text over here, I got to also show you here. No, it's here. So, thou art God who works wonders. And now they're made him a false idol, God. And then this false idol God title is now given to him. So, you are El who works wonders. And that we know we can't have. I can't have. I'm not going to praise a false God and and I'm not going to let them at that time either. They knew who our Creator is. So what God is like our Creator? I don't need this verse. It doesn't really tie to this. And it seems like the text is now separate. Okay, it's getting to the end. When we really know that the words were added. So, what God is great like ours, which that is a false statement because they know he's a false God. So, that's the definition of their God. So, we can't have him ever even comparing our Creator to a false God. And remember why he's wonders. For he made himself known among our people. He has he has he has made himself known known among people. Sometimes when it says people, I try to think that does this word mean races? Because the Egyptians weren't the same skin tone as the Hebrews. So then there would be Arabs. And then if this text is talking at any time after Solomon, or even maybe a little bit before Solomon, that they were trading and they knew about people from India and they were visiting, they would have had merchants and travelers coming through with, so this could be races. So, races. Now that, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be right here. Made himself known to us and among the races. And that way it's not really kingdoms and among the races. This will be to us and among the races. And this is what they realized what was for for by your power you let's see here redeemed, and it's not redeemed. Okay, redeemed is taking your soul from hell or from the abyss, but delivered the people out of their um, bondage of being slaves. So delivered by your power you delivered. This is needed the descendants not of, from, and the word is not Jacob. They would not have been saying Jacob after all these years. They were known as Israelis. So it has to be Israel and Joseph. Okay. Because Joseph had a lot of Egyptians. Okay. So you have to understand that, because when he made them a nation, he kept Joseph's descendants. Even though there were Egyptians lineage in there, all those that were Joseph's, and there wouldn't have been, well, yes, they would have, but they would have intermarried with the Israelis because they knew that, but there still might have been some. I know there were Israelis or some Egyptians that did come with them. But I'm thinking at the time when Israel was there, his sons were still young. They weren't married. They would have then married with the Israeli people, and the Israeli people would have kind of fallen away a little bit. We know they did. So even Israelis were intermarrying, but took them all into the promised land. So now that I've got this cleaned up real good, okay, now I've got it separated, I guess, for a reason. Yep, I just remembered why. Because I edited these words here, down here already. Oh, I guess I got to get one more text down here. So here, I've got to say that and that. And clean that up. Now, is that 2 or 1? Let me go back up here. Let's see. By the power you delivered the descendants of Israel and Jacob, and I need the word and before. No, I don't need the word and. What word am I looking for? 4. Were you... I don't need the word did. You did lead. I'm trying to think. Were you led? Because they were his people at that time. Okay, they didn't know about the promise. Well, they did too, from Abraham. So it'd have to be his people. Jesus, meaning Jesus. You did lead his people like a flock. I'm going to put flock up here, but they're gone. I don't want to consider making people like animals. So you did lead his people. Oops, this is green. His people by the hand of Moses and Aaron. He did lead his people by the hand of Moses and Aaron. And then we have 2 verses that are going to be missing. So I can come down here, add this, now remove it, and then put in the missing verses. And do that. Now we know these 2 hook together. Okay. And then this, like I said, could be hooked together. And then this. And then this. So I've edited this, so it means, so it says, Wivey will hear me in the days of my trouble, for my words are for our Creator when I cry out. I sought our Lord nightly, my arms were stretched out, without weariness, for my heart refused my discomfort. I do that. I sought our Lord nightly without weariness, for my heart refused my discomfort. Then I sighed. Then my heart refused my discomfort as I grew weak. As I grew weak or grew weak? Grew weak. For my heart refused my discomfort as I grew weak, without weariness, every night, without weariness. And then this verse, again, needs to be this. So this goes here. This gets down to 8 point. I sought our Lord nightly without weariness. As I grew weak, my heart refused my discomfort. That sounds a lot better reading it that way. Okay, now, then this is definitely out. And then those were going to have to be grouped together. When I think of him in the days of our older years and of our years of long ago, then I remember my words in the night. Now my mind thinks, will our Lord reject us forever and never be favorable to us again? As his kindness left us and his blessing ended, or is he angry with us and just I'm going to say I need that here for when I'm doing my editing later. I need to remember I added that. And just withdrawn his mercy from us. Then I said in my grief, will our highest high change too? But will I remember Yah? But I will remember Yah and remember Wyvie's wonders. But I will remember Yah and remember Wyvie's promise. Did I change the word promise? To be in here. No, here. Let's see in 11 again. 11. Wonders. Okay, it was there. But because we're talking about Jesus, he's already remembered from here. And know that their kindness and blessings have ended. Their blessings happens just to be what it is, of being like Lord over them, making sure they're well off with us. Or is his anger, or is he angry with us and just withdraw his mercy from us? Then I said in my grief, will our highest high change too? But I will remember Yah and remember Wyvie's. It has to be prophecy, and that's because it's about Jesus. So I'm going to say that I'm going to say I'm adding it. I can't get around them because he knows about everything else up here, but we're talking about our creator. Yeah, I was thinking maybe they needed to be switched in a row, but then that looks like that's going to be the end of this one. These little adjustments I need to make right here, I think I'm pretty reasonably saying that this is the true truth of this. So these words and oh, that's right. I forgot that. No. Okay. I was thinking I changed my italics, but they didn't change. Don't need this anymore. Now the italics should not change. Okay. That macro I got made right. I've had to bring everything over to this new computer, and I've got like about 15 macros that I use. Now watch this. Does this work or does it really jerk it around? No, it stayed good, so okay. And then I don't need this number here and this number here. And when I roll it out a little bit, you can see, well, better bring it down so you can see everything without that line. But you can see, oops, the gapping, I try to make sure that it's smaller. This way you see the closeness of the grouping and grouping and grouping, which is pretty good. I mean, I didn't have to move complete verses all around. This seems to be one whole wording written in a psalm. And I think I can even take a screenshot of that myself and have that. I'll be able to post that as well. So other than that, I will move on to the next one here. 78 is going to be a big one. Okay, I'm going to start on Psalm 78, and this is a very long one. And I'm going to do what's over my head, so you better take a screenshot because I'm going to put up, what I have is like a calling card. And that is that I'm going to try to find the smallest verses, and then I'm going to try to group them together in like words and show you how the hidden format is very easy to find. What is unique about this one is this is where it all began in 1980 86 for me, maybe 88. Been a long time. I can't really remember. So what I'm going to do though is show you something here real quick and 78 here. I've got to blow this up a little bit, but we're talking about Moses here, and he's splitting the rock, not in the wilderness, but in the desert, in the Sinai. And that is funny because down here it says, "Behold, he struck the rock." That was a big problem for me when I seen that. It was out of order, just like you now know. You said, "Well, that's out of order." Yeah, that's right. It is out of order. So the thing here is that's what made me take this psalm and go over to my computer and put the text there and start working on it. And I believe I started with a 386 computer, and then I had a 486 a couple times because they broke down very quickly. But I know as soon as I know Macintosh computers had not come out yet at this time, but I'm just trying to figure out a date or time. But okay, here I go. And I'm sorry if I mumble a little bit because I'm thinking as I'm cutting the verses here. Listen, my people, to my instruction. Incline your ears to the words from my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, for our forefathers have told us. We will not conceal them from our children, but tell them to generations to come, to praise Yahweh for his strength and his wondrous works, and praises of Yahweh for his wonders and his works he done for us, done for them. Maybe that's still us though, but I'm going to put it as them. He established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our forefathers, that they should teach them to our children, that the generation to come, not might know, no, so we get rid of the word might right now, know even the children to be born, for the children to be born, and not a may here, and tell their children. Confidence in our Creator, and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments. And not be, I needed to know if I needed to put a break here. Not be like their fathers, forefathers. We're talking in the past here. So, well, maybe that their fathers right now are being led away. So let me think here. And not be like their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that did not prepare its heart. Well, we can't have its got to be their hearts. And whose spirit is not faithful to God. Now, this was EL. I went through earlier today and I was filling in these here. What happened to all them? Oh, man. Man. All that correction I did when I was doing this searching and getting rid of 8-point, all the 8-point text was gone. Let me put it back in. It was sorry about that. It was the title Elohim. I've got it. Oh, I got it spelled right. But I was doing this. And then when I did that, clean up of stuff, so it happens. But the only thing is all the way down, I think I got to like 83. So that's just sad. That's just sad. I was trying to get ahead of the game. And I realized now I realize why I wasn't doing the editing. Because after you do these like 70 of them, I'm thinking, okay, well, I can shorten this up. And no, I can't shorten it up. This is why. So, but I want to make sure you know where these words are on the Hebrew side. Okay, let me peek. Yep. So let me put one here so I can don't have to type it all in next time. Okay. And I will go over and show you why I'm changing those. So let me see here. Where was I now? The sons of Ephraim were archers, equipped with bows, yet they turned back in the day of battle. No, they did not. They did not keep this has to be agreement of our Creator and refuse to walk in His law. Okay. Okay. I will show you East Manasseh. I gotta show you the map. When our Creator when Moses passed out the land east of the Jordan River, it's not part of the Promised Land. But it becomes part of their land. Okay, there's a difference when you're talking about Promised Land and you're talking about the tribes that lived on the other side. So, it was Gad, Reuben, and half the tribe of Manasseh that was on that side. Manasseh was at the very top, closest to Damascus. And they were called Arams at that time, that came down, and after many years, it would have been after our Creator had divided the two kingdoms as Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, where there's 12 tribes or 10 tribes. And then over the years in there, then they came down and they took East Manasseh. So that has to be East Manasseh. Okay. So the thing there is I know the story. The writer is confusing you with those words. They did not keep the promise or the agreement with our Creator and refuse to walk in His, that'll be commands, for they forgot His deeds and His miracles and His wonders He had shown them. The wonders before our forefathers in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. Zoan, I don't know where they have the location of Zoan. I'm going to be able to look it up here and I'll show you. But right now, if this field is not near the capital city of Egypt, which at that time, I think they first called it like Or, and then it became, they named it a different name, and then we know today it is called Cairo. So what I did was I put the word Cairo in because everybody understands that word instead of when they read it and say Or, what is Or? So, but this field, you have to understand they were bricklayers, so they were getting clay all the time. So, but that's not, but where is that field at? They have to have it described next to Cairo. He divided the sea, and he didn't cause them to pass through. He led them through, and he made the waters stand up like heaps, like a heap. Then he led them with a cloud by day, and the night, and all the night, with a light of fire within the cloud, okay? He split the rocks in the wilderness and gave them abundant water like the ocean depths. He brought forth streams like the ocean depth and caused them to be streams. Anyways, also from the rock, because water to run like a river. Now you have to understand, the cattle couldn't get up a hill, and there is no mountains in Sinai unless you're talking about the mountains at the very bottom of the by the two seas. There weren't mountains in there where they were really at. Run down they can't run down because the cattle actually drank from it, and so they're trying to put this rock like it's up on top of a hill or something. Yet they still continue to sin against him, to rebel against and rebelled against, not the Most High, Yahweh in the desert, or rebelled against Moses and Aaron in the desert. And in their heart, that didn't happen in their heart. This would not be, that is what it was. They put Yahweh to the test by asking food according to their desire. Then they spake against our Creator. They said, can God prepare a table in the desert? Behold, he struck the rock, so that waters gushed out like a stream overflowing. Can he give bread also? Will he provide meat for them? So these words are in the middle, or the second time. First he provided water, and then he provided meat for them. So they're two. Therefore Wyvie heard them and was full of wrath, and fire was kindled against Israelis, and anger was mounted against Israel, because they did not believe our Creator and did not trust in his salvation. Now, it can't be the word salvation in here, but then he commanded the clouds above and opened the doors of heaven. He rained down manna upon them to eat and gave them food from heaven. Man did eat bread of angels and sent them food in abundance. He caused the east wind to blow, in heaven, and by his power he directed the south wind. When he rained meat upon them, like the dust, even winged fowls, like the sand of the seas, like the sand by the sea. Then he let them fall in the midst of their camp. Then he let them fall by their camp round about their dwelling. So they ate and were filled, and their desire he gave to them. Before they had satisfied their desire, while food was in their mouths, the anger of Wyvie rose against them and killed some of the stoutest ones. They weren't stout, they weren't anything. There's the one that were created. Those are what they're talking about right there. That's when the Creator opened up the earth and they descended into the abyss. Rose up against them and killed us. He didn't kill them. He sent them live. Okay, that's what the words say in Exodus. Subdue the choice men of Israel. In spite of all this, they sinned. They still sinned and did not believe in his wonderful works. In other words, they didn't believe the plagues were caused by him. So he brought their days to an end. Their years by a sudden terror. And that was, like I said, opened up and gone. When he killed them, they sought him and returned and searched. You can't search for our God, Creator. They got this so wrong there. And they remembered that our Creator was their rock and the Most High God, their deliverer. but they deceived him with their mouth and lied with their tongue. Their heart was not steadfast. Nor were they faithful, not in his covenant, too. But being compassionate, he forgave their rebellion. Well, I don't know why my eyeball is tearing up, but okay. Did not destroy them, often restrained his anger, or his wrath. Thus he remembered that they are but flesh. The wind that passed was and does not return. How often they rebelled against him in the Sinai and grieved him in the desert. Now, the difference between a wilderness and a desert is the transition from a desert to forestry and grass always being on, or it's always covered, the land is always covered with green, is the wilderness, where it has sparse bits of green, trees that are dead, trees that are just barely growing because they're so close to the desert. That's the difference between the word wilderness and desert. Again and again, they tempted God and pained the Holy One of Israel. Well, I don't know. They did not remember his power. The day when he redeemed them, the day when he redeemed them from their adversaries, when he performed his signs in Egypt, when his plagues were signs for us in Egypt, and his marvels in the field of Zoan, and turned their rivers to blood, not all of them, just the Euphrates, or just the Nile River, and streams they could not drink. He sent among them swarms of flies, and which devoured them, and frogs which destroyed them, and frogs which he destroyed. He also gave their crops to the locusts, and the produce of their land to the locusts. No. Locusts, when they came through, it was springtime. They hadn't really produced a harvest yet. And because if you read the text very closely, it says when the locusts came, it was sprouting green. Now, sprouting green, the wheat that would be grown at this time, which is very big substance, because if you ever read the story from Exodus, they are complaining that Egypt is now destroyed. Let them out of there. Let them go. meaning that they didn't have any crops because the locusts got to them in the springtime. So maybe you got the first harvest. It takes 30 days for wheat to re-come about. So, but it was sprouting up maybe the second time, and the locust came. So he destroyed their vines with hailstones, their sycamore trees with frost. That never happened. This never happened. Okay, that never happened. I know he sent hailstone. He destroyed. He destroyed their trees with hailstone, not vines. These would have been trees that they were, anything that they could, like dates, okay? I don't know all the fruit trees in Egypt. He gave over their cattle. He killed their cattle. I guess I need the word also with, because they were out in the field, so also with hailstones. And the herds to bolts of lightning. I don't think that happened. The lightning just didn't come out and strike on each one of them, but the hailstones coming down would have killed a lot of them. He sent upon them his burning anger, fury and indignation, and trouble from a band of destroying angels. He leveled a path for his anger, and he did not spare their first sons from death, but gave their life over to the plague. Okay, now comes the firstborn, and in that smote he killed not all, but killed their, well, I guess killed all their firstborn. What? The word man is males was missing? Can you imagine that? Yeah. And killed all their firstborn males in Egypt. The first one, sense of Ham. Now, who is Ham? Ham is said to be one of the three sons from Noah. And yet, if you replace the name Ham with Canaan's, then you would have Shem, who receives the blessing. You got Canaan, who saw Noah's nakedness and didn't cover him. And then you would have Japheth, his third son. So the thing here is a tenth of Ham. Ham is really Canaan. But Canaans were left in Israel, so they didn't come down there to Egypt. So this is absolutely, completely not truthful at all. Okay. Then he led forth his own people. Like sheep, he guided them into the desert like a flock. He led them safely, so they did not fear, but the sea engulfed their enemy. So he brought them to that holy land, but promised land, and to this hill country. There are no mountains in Israel. See, they know it. It's called a hill country. All right. When you look at the word mountain in the text, it'll say like over 300 times there's mountains in Israel. There just is no mountains in Israel. It's described as a hill country, okay, which his right hand gained. He drove out the kingdoms before them. Now, even though these kingdoms are only like 40 miles round, at that time that was known as a kingdom because they had a major ruler and a group of men that would be able to fight as a battle to keep what they have. And he apportioned them for an inheritance by measurements for the tribes from Israel to live in their tents. I know I'm adding words and I'm not saying I know what's true and what's not, and I know what these things are going to be adjusted here, but yet they tempted and rebelled against our Creator. So the Most High does not need to be used and did not keep his testimonies. Testimonies? They did not keep his commands because that would include statutes, commandments, laws, and then guidances. They did not keep his commands, but turned away from him and acted rebelliously like their forefathers, like their brothers, like if I get rid of that, they turned aside like a treacherous bow. I don't know how that is, but anyways, for they provoked them with their high places. Now, what does the word high places mean? To get as close as to heaven as you can, you get up on a high hill or a high mountain. Okay, that was what it meant by high places. And there at these higher levels, because remember, Israel is a very hilly land. And I mean up and down all over 70 miles worth, okay? Maybe longer than that. But the object is they would have had many of these high places that they would set up altars to the gods in the second heaven, okay? And aroused his jealousy with their graven images, and that would be the image of Ra, the sun god, and the goddess, the moon goddess. When our Creator heard, he was filled with wrath and greatly disliked Israel. So he abandoned but that's not true that he abandoned Sheol. Because David was still going to Sheol, and the high priest was still there when David went by to running from Saul or fleeing from Saul. And the high priest at that time, can't think of his name, starts with an A, it's real big. archimical, something, and so this was not true. And gave his strength to captivity, and it was them that they sent to captivity, and his glory to the hand of his adversary. Our Creator doesn't have any adversary. He also delivered his people to the sword, was filled with wrath at his inheritance. Fire devoured young men, and his virgins had no wedding song. Well, this is a lie. His priest fell by the sword, and the widows could not weep. You bet they did weep. But the priest fell by the sword. That is after Babylon, okay? Or when Babylon come down. So I don't know where this text is going, because right now we've had them just going into the promised land. And there, we skipped a lot of information there in between. Then our Lord awoke from sleep. I guess I didn't need overcome with wine. That is all not true. And it didn't drive him backwards, he drove him out. For our Lord I gotta move this over here for a second. Cast them out, cast them away. His adversaries were cast out. He put them in an put on them an everlasting. Okay, what do I got here? 6 is missing. This will be 66. He put them as an everlasting reproach. He also rejected the tent of Joseph and did not choose the tribe of Ephraim. But Ephraim become a tribe because he's the two of them. One replaced the Levites, and one replaced Joseph. And Ephraim was. Let me get a map. Where are my maps? Oh, don't have them open yet. Joseph to the promised land, so it should be here. Okay. Now this is what they could not change in the text, is how they lived on the land. They couldn't get all the people to move around and say, look, we're going to be lying in the text, and all you people are going to now live around. So this is how the correct order of the birth of the sons from Jacob really were. Because when he led them in the Sinai, he had them camped before him or around him or encompass him in birth order. So the first 3 were to live in the south. I don't know if the right or left or the east or west, which one was next group, on which side, and then the 3 on the north side. And when you look at this map of them, Judah was his firstborn, Simon was his second, Reuben was his third. Then you have Dan, then you're going to have Levites, and then you're going to have Benjamin. Okay, this is Joseph, so you can't really talk about Joseph until you put him here, because then you have the other three here, and now you have the other three in the north, and they're in the north today. See, so that's what's going on here and why it's here, and you have to understand this. So when they're talking about Ephraim, and it was East Manasseh that they took first, okay? And it wasn't Ephraim because Ephraim's down here. Ephraim actually warned them that they're onto the female goddess. They understood that practice. They got rid of that practice. But the rest of them didn't quite know the familiarity of that. So this is how they're born in order and why this looks 3, 3, 3, and 3, okay? So let me go back here. Rejected the tents, and he did not choose the tribe from Ephraim. And it would be descendants from Ephraim, not the tribe, because, like I said, Joseph's two sons, one was to replace Levites. So that's how this, who they are, or where they were assigned the birth order to where they lived on the land. But chose the tribe of Judah, and he never, okay, chose the tribe of Judah and Mount Zion, which he loved, and David built his tent. And it's actually a mount, like the earth, which he founded forever. He also chose David as his servant and took him from being a herder, the carrying of rams, not sheep, but rams. And I say rams because it's very important that you've seen a male seed is visible, a female seed is not visible. So here, the thing here would be that they would be descendants of rams, not sheep. They wouldn't have called them sheep, just as you would read, I don't know which one, Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, where they're describing the women as being descendants from Aaron, okay? So this would not be used, but they would be, not lamb would be, lamb is described as a 1-year-old, okay? But these would have been rams, and brought them to, and he brought him to herd Jacob, his people. That's, and Israel his inheritance. Like, this writer doesn't understand that all the land, see, this is like going into the promised land here. And he shepherded them according to the integrity of his heart and guided them with his skillful hand. Now, there's a lot of text that's going to be moved around here. So, go way back to the beginning. Way back to the beginning. Listen, my people, to my instruction. Incline your ears to the words from my mouth. I guess I can use the word mouth here. I would say tongue because they knew that if they cut the tongue off, they couldn't talk. So the words from my tongue could have been here. I always say the words from my tongue. I'm going to put it in there, tongue, because they did not know we had a voice box, but they did know that if you cut off the tongue, you could not speak. Oh, one more. And I will replace the word mouth. All the words coming out of my mouth. So you have to have the word out here. Incline. Listen, my people, comma, period, comma, period. I don't like the word incline, so I'll just make it yellow. I will open my mouth will open my mouth and in utter dark and now we know he's going to be talking. I'm trying to figure out how they're dark. If I go dark, they aren't going dark until down here. Like they turned away from our Creator, they refused the word, but it's mixed with many other words. So he's going to actually just, I will open my mouth and talk of old, and talk and speak of the old, and speak not of old, but past, of past, of our past. Okay, so now I've got that is being added. That's out. That's out. This is changed to this. I will open my mouth, comma, and speak of our past. So got too quick with that. Our past. So I don't need any of this. And speak of our dark past. If they would have had it over here, I would have kept the word dark past. Which we have heard for our forefathers keep telling us. Speak of our past, which we have heard speak of our past. If I get rid of the word which, it's we have heard and learned from our forefathers have told us. That way I don't have to mess with those words. So our past. For we have heard and learned. Let's see if the word known is, oh, this is 78. I've got to catch up. This is, I got to bookmark it because I think I'm going to be having to come back to the beginning of this. It's awfully long, so this was 3 have known, cared, acknowledged, considered, disciplined, familiar with. Knowledge. I used it quite a few times. Indeed, learn, informed, instructed, investigated, know, heard, and know. I like using the word know. Plain and simple. That's a better word than knowing. So, because they still have to remember it. So I'll just get rid of that part. Heard and know. We have heard, I've heard and know from our forefathers. Having told us. Does that sound right? For we have heard and know from what speak of our past. For we heard and know what our forefathers have told us. So if I come back here and do this and have the word what, for we have heard and know. I don't think it's not known. It's not known. I'm going to put the word learned. It just, to me, that's more of a proper way to say this. So we have heard and learned. Or, no, that goes back in. Oops. That goes out. For our forefathers. No, this. That was supposed to be. I want that up. I want that green. For our forefathers have told us. Period. Whew. Finally. But you can see a 4-verse grouping and a 4-verse grouping. So I will try to keep with that pattern until I know that it can't be done anymore. And that's usually by knowing that the story is going to change by the wording that's being said. We will not I want to say, and we are not to. It's, and we are not to conceal, we are not to hide them from our children. So let's see what the word conceal, deny, hide. Yep, I think I'll just stick to the word hide. hide them from their children? How about our children? Our children. For them to them to tell generations to come to tell theirs. Generation. And to tell their generation forever. Not because this says this is this is kind of like continuing. So, and we are not to hide them from our children, for they are to tell, to tell, for they are to tell their it's got to be children. And I don't think I need the word to come because that's just not it. And tell their children to raise Livy for this is about um, coming out of Egypt for his wonders. Let's first get it all up there. For his wonders. Works is kind of like he delivered them. He guided them into the promised land that they have done, that he did for our forefathers. The wonders he did, not done, did for their and notice how it's all male, like all the descendants are when I'm saying this. Yeah, I was thinking it's missing an E, but I had to add this. Adding that, and correcting that, doing that, and the artworks is wonders he did for our forefathers. Okay, that's looking better. Not for, and he established an an agreement agreement. Those are the commandments, by the way, in case if you're wondering. Not in Jacob. And I can see I hit the key here because got to get rid of this. No, I'm seeing that I'm going to have that damn tracking turned on here. And he established an agreement. An agreement with them. Yeah, there's that damn tracking. Now, where is it? No markup. Accept and stop tracking. An agreement with them. And appointed. It's not appointed. He established an agreement with them to establish their nation, Israel. These are the 12 commandments, by the way, that he comes and speaks to them and tells them, you need to obey these to remain in my nation. So it's his nation he's creating. That's why some of the earlier text, when you read it in a lot of Exodus and Leviticus, it is all about his nation that he's created. And the Israelis do blame it on our creator. Hey, man, he created us and we're just listening to him. So your argument was with our creator, not us. He established an agreement with them. Appoint. What is another word for appoint? I guess that's my problem. And he assigned. And he set. I'm looking for the most times that they used put, but okay. So, and assigned. let's see, this are his, and assigned not one law, laws. Laws for Israelis. Getting beautiful when you see us, which he commanded our forefathers. Oops, forefathers. He assigned laws for Israelis and commanded, or then commanded. I'll put the word then here right now. Then commanded our forefathers. No, wrong P. They are to teach. That's more because if I put should, that isn't a command. So I got to get rid of the word should. So, but to are to teach, that's R2 is more or less the direction of the word commanded. We are to teach. And because this is coming from our Creator, this has got to be His word that we are to teach them being His laws and His commandments. So that needs to be represented with all capital letters because that's what he's talking about here. The agreement, the assigned laws, and then command them to teach our children. In some texts that we don't have in the other books just showed up. I can't think of another text that says this, that he commanded the forefathers to teach them to the children. In my little head, I got a lot of things in there, and this is not coming to me as part of a story anywhere that I know of. So, but all this, I'm going to now just clean up in case you're getting bored with me doing this and saying, well, let's see the hidden format here. I want to put a space between that and go way down here and say, let's take a look how beautiful these words are by the first writer writing in them in his format. And let's see how they look. Now, I don't like the word inclined, so I want to keep that. This should have been out. And then a space. Listen, my people, to my instruction. Incline your ears to the words from my tongue. That rolls so beautiful, so poetic. I will open my mouth and speak of our past. And speak of our past, for we have heard and learned, for our forefathers have told us, and we are not to hide them from our children, for they are to tell their children, to praise YV for his wonders. And I'm going to put miracles. And that's kind of like parting the sea, okay? The first wonders are tied to the plagues, okay? But well, how do you define what he did with, and uh, the most stunning thing he did when he took him out of Egypt, and the act he did, and the act he did, and the action he took for the forefathers, and the act he did. That's a poor representation of what he done, but it's the best I can actually come up with right now. So, and being that I'm adding it, and I want to make sure that I remember it when I do this, and the act he, now it goes back to the word done. This goes back to the word done now. Wow. I missed act above by doing this. Whoops. So this is going back to the original. The act he done for them could be the miracle. I'm going to say it's beyond the words is what it is the word miracle. Okay. So that's what I'm going to say. I hope I got that spelled right. Let me just do a theorist check to make sure that that's, couldn't find that word. How come it didn't show up as miracle? Maybe that's what it needs to be done. But I'm surprised it didn't show up under a spell check. Yeah, see, a phenomena, a marvel. Okay. Got it spelled right, though. And the miracle he done, I don't need forefathers, done for them. And he established an agreement with them and assigned and assigned laws for Israelis. Then he commanded our forefathers, they are to teach them to our children. Okay. Now that is some very beautiful text there. Okay. And those two are a group, and these two are a group. But that's what I'm looking for. The first writer's words being said truthfully, and you can see right there they are. That is taking the crap out of what, over 2,400 years easily? Easily. So, get way back up here at the beginning, or where I left off. That our generations to come are well, our generations know I had it cut wrong, I guess. That our, whoops, our generations has to have the S here now, to come know even the children yet to be born. That's already being said, that our generations to come, that our generations to know him, that our generations are to not know but remember him. Generations are to know Wivey. When I put that in there, that's a whole bunch better. That our generations to come know Wivey. And this doesn't need to be said, that they that's all. I'm going to make that my word here, so I agree with that, that they tell yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that, that they tell them to their children, period, that they should, no, they put. We don't want a should or a might or be here. This to be forever the way the text is telling me. They tell them to for the generations to know Wivey, and they tell him to their children. So and not tell, it would be talk, and talk of him to their children. Now I can't agree with that. I'm getting better at this, understanding what's going on here, because they're already to teach them to know him, that they are to talk of him to their children, not tell of him to their children, but talk of him to their children. that they are to not put, but place, but place put establish, no pause, insert, blade, set, and set, put, place and place is used, but I'm looking at set. That they are to place their confidence in our Creator. See, okay. And this is more important than the above verse. And keep his commandments. Because what's so important about the commandments is the promise. It's the agreement it's the only agreement why you are blessed. Okay. If you don't obey the 12 commandments, you truly are not being blessed by our Creator. So the thing here is the commandments are the agreement that he makes that are to be passed down from descendant to descendant to obey him, so they aren't taken off the land. Okay? I don't know how any harder or more meaningful I can say those words to mean that this is better than the works that's already said. If they're talking to Tom, to put their confidence in our Creator, they're already talking about him. But the reminder is, and keep his commandments. That's utmost importance. Otherwise, they're going to be taken off the land. Now, this is going with the text above, but this is starting a different subject. Putting your confidence and then directly like this. How did they get to be stubborn and rebellious? We don't have that. But and not be like their fathers. And if I get rid of that, I can keep this. Do not be like their fathers, and this rebellious generation. See how that works? So now we almost have words telling us what's going on at the time that he's writing and who he's writing to. Of all the verses that I've done, this is specifically going to date this text. And be not like their fathers in this rebellious generation. Let me show you some text. From who shall I say this is from? Well, let's start at let's start with a timeline so you understand the what's most likely possible where this text is coming from. Now here, Judah is already evil to our Creator, and then all of a sudden they're going to be sent away into captivity. But over here, this is a Judah side, and this king, he ends up meditating to have sex with a so-called female goddess, and him being able to put his carved idol of her into the house where he meets with them. That means the priests were corrupt. Okay, so that's a full-on bore. Everyone is corrupt. I don't think the text is saying there. I think it's leading up to there. Now, what we have here are different prophets speaking at this time. Okay, now I can find words from Jeremiah that are down here, how bad it was. But I'm not seeing it that bad in the text yet. Because I don't see them, they're building their high places, but are they pouring out their libations? Are they got an altar set there? Are they sacrificing animals to their god and goddess? I didn't read that in the text. That's happening down here. This could be starting the corruption in Judah, okay? Because this guy here, this king, he was a good king, but Assyria, when they came down here, he had a little problem with them, and we have Isaiah helping him in turning away them at this time that took them away, and then they came back here and took more of them. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about when Isaiah helped him here. So, because these are the closest to Judah. So the thing here is this is the timeline I'm thinking right in here, where those words that are being told to us here are, do not be like their fathers in this rebellious generation. Don't need this. Don't need this. It's already been set up here. Generation. The prepared heart did not prepare its heart. Now this would be like the sons of East Manasseh. But they did not turn back on the day of battle. They just went on to the female goddess and they were come. So I'm going to say this text is not really truthful here. That I'm pretty sure of. They did not keep the promise or the agreement. Hold on. They did not keep the commandments. Because it's the agreement that he tells them that he's going to send them away. So it's not a covenant. They did not keep the commandments from our Creator. Now, hey, hold on here. Let's see. Because I'm trying to think of these two words that those two words are connected together. What if I say this was um, not true and put the word like here? Let me put the word like. Put the word like here. Like the sons not the sons, but like the descendants. I got to use the word in here, and I'm going to explain this in a little bit here. The sons, the descendants, the descendant. Descendant. Now I know I've spelled this word 100 times. Descendants. Yep, there it is. Okay. The descendants in East. Now this I can definitely say because I can go to these maps. No. It's got to be in above the maps. Oh, that's right. I was going to make the map because I can't. Okay. Let me use this map. This is showing Aram came down and took this area. Notice it's east of Galilee, Lake Galilee. So that means that they no longer exist over here. Okay. And this group, like I showed you before, was East Manasseh. East Manasseh. I don't know if you can see that. Maybe it might be too small. But East Manasseh is what we're talking about here that first fell. Okay. Now let me see here. Maybe you can see it on that. Okay. Manasseh. All right. East Manasseh. Maybe blow that up. That's who we're talking about. Now remember, Jesus came over here to this city, but East Manasseh was the first one to go. And when I showed you the timeline here, I have that entered in as a note. Lost it way back here. Okay. So when I was thinking that the text was coming from here, and he's talking about East Manasseh, now they went away, it doesn't mean I can say that any of this has happened. So now I have to move my timeline back up into here. See that before this king lost all these tribes' land. So now the text is telling me it is definitely, before his time. I'm going to say it's before his time because that's too close. They would have been, our Creator would have told them they're coming. Assyrians are coming, which he did. So I have to come back and say these 2 years, these years, okay, is where, if this writing is coming from is Judah's side, because lost them there, it's 100 years. So it could come in through any of these. Up to here, Asa was a good guy. Jehoshaphat, he was good. And see how bad it was over there on Jeroboam's side? When Jeroboam became king, he came and he started killing all the pagan priests that were in the land. And there was a promise at this time from an unknown prophet came to Jeroboam, and he had went to Aram or Damascus, and it's like the altar that they had, he copied it, and it had built in Bethel, so the people were stopped to come onto our Creator to atone for their sins or their disagreement or not obeying the 12 commandments, because he's afraid if they kept going down to Jerusalem, he would lose his kingdom and his son's descendants as being king for Israel. So the thing here is that this has to be lost. They have to be lost, and then it has to come. I now know this can't happen. This was terrible. This was great what Jehu did. So this has got to be coming from maybe around this time. Maybe around this time. That's how well I can pinpoint this text, by knowing the text. Like the sons of East Manasseh. And I think this was an E here and an E here. No. Nope, just either. So this is the correct words, and I better put a hyphen in here. So that, because they did not keep the commandments from our Creator, like the descendants in East Manasseh. And I'm going to use these words. They turned away. Well, wait a second, then I can't keep this. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't use that. They did not keep. They did not keep his commandments. If I do that, I can't use our Creator. They did not keep his commandments. Did not keep his commandments. And refuse to walk refuse not to walk, but to live. That's within the shadow of the word, so I know it's not going to be anything I can use from there and from the concordance. They did not keep his commandments and refused to live by his statutes and laws. They stopped circumcising their males. So that would be the answer. And I'm going to use that by his statutes and laws. Now that is now a 4-verse. Now back up here, these are going to be tied together. Not that they forgot, they refused. So here, do not be like wait a second, keep his commandments. This, if I'm going to put this text after this, no, it's going to be a warning. This is the warning. So be not like your fathers. Be not like your fathers. And be a, don't need this, and be a rebellious generation. But prepare your heart and be faithful to our Creator. Let's see, and be not like your fathers, and be a rebellious generation, like the descendants of East Manasseh, and not keep his commandments. They refuse to live by his statutes. Do not remember, because just remember, I just did a bunch of text why they're supposed to tell their children. I'm going to get rid of all this, because you can't prepare your heart. Your spirit was not faithful to God. That's a foreign God. Like I explained, that's using the title as another God. So not be like your forefathers and be a rebellious nation. Or we were a rebellious generation. They have prepared their hearts. I'm trying to put the word God as they were faithful to a God, like the descendants from East Manasseh. But they would have known that, so I guess they would have known why East Manasseh is no longer part of them. So be a rebellious generation like the descendants from East Manasseh. They did not keep the commandments and refused to live by his statutes and laws, and forgot his deed, and forgot his miracles, and forgot his plagues, that is looking better now than it did, because these deeds of telling them coming out of Egypt is so important, because like I said, our Creator's creating them as a nation, and to remind their children that the Creator did all these things for us. So don't forget these, his plagues and his miracle. Okay? His plagues, for they forgot his plagues and his miracle. One, parting the sea. And his miracle, I've got to get rid of all this before their forefathers. Let's see, this is added. Okay, you can see that, ta-da, and this is the beginning of the next one. And they don't need this. The miracle he showed him before them, and then he's going to talk about the miracle. So this is plagues. We know they were in Egypt, so don't need those words. And I was going to show you what was Zoan. So let's see here. This is 13 now, so I guess I want to keep that much of the text here. Zoan, and a place in Egypt. So what I can also do here is say, I don't need to. I just know that this is going to be wrong anyway. So you can pull that up on the Google Maps before his miracle before their fathers, for he had decided. I'm going to say YV divided I don't need to make up mine and just say we know who we're talking about here. For YV divided AC, not the C, AC. Wrong. Divided a C. Hold on a second. I need this verse. In the land of Egypt, comma, YV divided the sea. How cool is that? How cool is that? Okay. YV divided the sea. See, this verse, how do I do that? That needs to be moved. He didn't cause them to pass through it. He divided the sea. Divided the sea by making the waters heaps. He divided the sea by making the water they stand like a heaps. They're like walls. He may by making the water walls. By making the water walls. This is all one group. By making the waters walls, they pass through. This needs to be moved verse down one. For them, by making the waters walls, for them to pass through. Okay. Or now, if you stop and think about it, there are very few words about how the people tell the story of this miracle. So, for he led them in a cloud. For he led them not with, but in a cloud. From within, led them I gotta put all that in there. from within added that a cloud where he led them from within a cloud. Where he led them with a cloud in daylight. In daylight. So you can get to a fire at night. So this has to be in daylight. I have to put the word all in the front. He led them within a cloud. All daylight. What happened? I've seen a big flicker happen over here. That's not good. No drop frames though. Perfect. For he led them from within a cloud. All daylight. I need to move this word. And that's how I will make sure that I move that word. All daylight. And I need this word here. So I have to say I added this word here. So this I'm going to add here. And all night. Oh, did I dig that out? Yes, I did. And all the night within is cloudy light. And all night within with light. That light of a fire. See, now you got the real truth of how a true Israeli over 2,400 years ago, I can't say 27 because I'm thinking the time that's being written here is going to be later. So maybe it's probably 2,300 years, 2,200 years, maybe 2,300 years ago. We say 2,400 years. I want to put it back in the day closer to Ephraim or East Manasseh. So all the night within with light. And all night within the cloud with light. I'm going to have to put that in there. Within his cloud with light. Maybe I don't. Maybe now that I've got these two. Now maybe I've got this word wrong. And all night is cloud with light. And then get rid of that. All night his cloud with light like fire. Yeah, because it means that the light wasn't all over the place from his cloud. It meant like a fire, like a bonfire. So this is very descriptive truth. Like a fire. Oh boy. Now that's the mm, 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 mm. No. Okay, now that is special. That is special. If you're paying attention, that is special. Oh, very descriptive. Very, very descriptive of back in the day. Now that's 2,700 years ago, easily. Might be like almost 3,000. So, okay. Now there's going to be text missing here because you got to have their complaining. Okay, it's down here that they're complaining. So, but what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take the text from here and let's see what I got. Let's see what I got. I mean, this one's so long that, okay, now grab them. I don't need that. These are the new ones. So this much. Now that is getting really, really good here. Okay, you got the right punctuation at the end of everything. Well, these are the new words that I got right here. So I got to go put the space in here. Okay. Now let's see. Did I have? I got two there. I got two there. So I got two here. So this gotta come from here, and these are gonna be two. It looks like that's what's gonna happen. So this is good because it's now becoming one long story. Okay, and be not like your father. Okay, yeah, there might be a not be like your fathers and be a rebellious generation. Like the descendants in East Manasseh, they did not keep his commandments and refused to live by his statutes and laws, and they forgot his plagues and his miracle before their forefathers. In the land of Egypt, Yahweh divided a sea by making the water walls for them to pass through, for he led them from within a cloud all daylight. This has got to be, I got to do that too. I got to redo. I guess I wasn't paying attention when I made my macros. All daylight and all night is cloud. He led them from within a cloud all daylight, and all night is cloud with light like a fire. now this is stunning stuff. These words, oh, I'm just so happy to see these. I mean, I don't know about you. I've done these already before, but those of you who haven't seen this, it's still amazing to me. So let's see how everything is doing here. Okay. He split the rocks in the wilderness. This has to be desert. Oops. He split rocks in the desert and gave them, I'm going to agree with this word, and gave them abundant water. Yeah, I guess I'm going to be replacing the word drink with the word water. I was thinking I could add water to drink, but the next verse is not tying to this verse of saying what drink is. He split the rocks. Oh, this right. These are going to be out of order. This is the one that I believe this text from here down is going to move down below 19. Well, somewhere here, they're out of order. So this is key. He split rocks in the desert. He split rocks by a hill in the desert. He split rocks. This is at the bottom of the hill that he did this. He split rocks by a hill in the desert. In the desert. Okay, that describes what he did. And gave them abundant water like from the sea's depths. I don't know if I put it like that or not. Like from, I'm going to have to add the word from. Like from, okay, I need the word the, like from the sea's depths. Gave them abundant water from the sea's depths. Don't need the word like anymore. Gave them abundant water from the sea's depths. Okay, that's where the waters come from. And this can't be seas, it has to be water. And it's from, and I got to put water on the other side. Deep waters. They knew if they dug a well that they could find water. Okay, so that, and I'm just going to make this yellow and say that I'm taking that and changing it, but it's going to be water. Okay, gave them abundant water from deep water, from deep waters, from deep water, from deeper water, because they know if they dug in the desert, there's no water. So it's got to be from deeper water, okay? Just to let you, I'm trying to write as they would write. This is a double of what I just done. And caused this water and caused, that would be our crater, and caused this water to run like a, it's abundant, it's got to be a strong river. To run like a strong river. It's abundant, it's got to be a strong river. So, yet they continued to not sin. The word sin isn't made yet. This is not a sin. Yet they continued to be, and it's got to be Moses that they're mad at, okay? Because you got to understand the order of the words aren't correct right now. I don't think, anyways, because somewhere, I think among the Levites tribe, a section of them, like three leaders of families that had multitude or many people with them, they came and told Moses that, look, you're all done. We're going to decide who's going to lead us from here on out. And Moses then didn't know what to do with them, and our Creator let him know that you tell them to gather here tomorrow, and you proclaim these words, and I will do something new to let you know that I am with you. And then he opened the ground. Now that's another miracle, okay? So maybe I got the miracles wrong up here. So let me see here. And the miracles. Yeah, it's showing them, yes. Miracles. I was using the one word miracle for leading them out of the sea, but it's miracles here. So that has got to be added in 11. Hold on. Got to go down so I don't forget that. And now I better not forget that. I know the story that he did, so that is 2 miracles that he worked. And caused this water to run down like a river, but continued to be aghast. Let me see if there's using the word yet as being an important word, because I could split that. And no, it's not. So, yet they continued against Moses and Aaron. And him has to be Moses and Aaron. Okay. Now, that being said, Moses and Aaron to rebel against who? Wyvie. It was Wyvie who granted them this to Moses and Aaron. So we have to Make sure that we just don't say Most High. We know who He is by name. Now that we've put it back, that I put it back in the text, they continue to be against Moses and Aaron, to rebel against YV in the desert. But I put Sinai here. I guess I can leave it desert. I put, now this is the word L here in 18. Let me show you here, because I did forget to do this, but see how it's L? Okay, and let me just do this, and then it's L again here. So I can put the words, or word L here, and L here, but actually this, let's see, can I add to dictionary? Okay, um, for they, I was trying to match, when I was hesitating, sorry, I do this quite often, and what I'm doing is rereading everything, but I'm hoping the dead air doesn't bother you by my thinking here to get to a word here. For they put, and we know his name, YV, to a test. By asking for food. For food. And it's verse 20 that I can see that it's going to be, and behold, he struck the rock. So for food. Not according to their desire. And this has already been said. By asking for food. Food, okay. They're asking. And what they're going to say is by saying, this is asking for food. By saying, this has to be the end of it, by saying, and then this can YV I want to say just he. And this from this. Because that's within a shadow. We know he's greater. Can he prepare us, whoops, us a table? Can he prepare us a table? Now this is after they got drink, so this here text is going to be moved, not behold them. And I'm gonna say I'm adding that word then Moses. We know who's doing this. Moses. Moses struck a rock, not the rock, a rock. I would say a boulder really to show the size of this. Because rocks can be, you've got stones, and they carried rocks from the seabed when our Creator ordered them to, when they went into the Jordan, to grab a rock from the rivers. So a rock is going to be bigger, but that's only this big if it's carryable. So I need to have the word boulder. 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 Boy, I'm embarrassed right now. I can't even spell. Yeah, there we go. I was missing the L. Okay, boulder. Boulder. A boulder. And water gushed, not out, gushed forth. Now you can see that this text has got to be moved. So, because that's just, so I'm going to put it around around it as to what I've got to do. And I'll use the, okay, that's got to be moved. Now, I don't think candy is actually food, but I am hungry. This is the time I do eat. So, And he can compare a table. And then you can see this is verse is going to connect. Can he give us bread and provide meat for us? So this is the period. This is the comma. Now this isn't a text that said he was going to be against kill all Israelis, everybody that came out. Because there's a plea that Moses said, then what is the Egyptians going to think? You took us out to the desert to kill us? So somewhere here, in his wrath, and his wrath was kindled. So I use the word against them, though. Why they heard, his wrath was kindled. Guess I'll do period. Against Jacob, we know that is wrong. His anger mounted against Israel. Yet he commanded. Okay, so this is going to be okay. None of this. That doesn't need to be here because the story is talking about this bread and meat. And yet, really ties to this. Yet, he commanded and this is not true here. This is not being stated true. what they seen, and this helps locate where they were at in the desert, that one had to be by a hill where there was rocks, but this is key, that they seen a fog coming from the north, and then when it lifted, there was manna on the ground, or on the land. The fog. That rained down. Yet he commanded the fog to leave manna for them to eat. Well, to eat is there. Period. And gave them meat. Well, it's here. Foul like sand of the sea. That wasn't really true. He gave them meat. From, it has to be our heaven. Gave them meat, and from our heaven rained meat. All this I don't need. This, unless I'm missing a verse when it shows up, this is not true. He gave them meat from our heaven. I'm going to word came, and I completely add this. Winged birds. Winged came birds. I can just put birds. In fact, I think it's more descriptive of what kind of birds in the text itself. None of this is needed. I've just said this. Rained meat? Well, you rained winged fowl, not like the sands of the sea. That would be way too much. It would have rot and stunk up the place. So then he let them fall. Actually, the birds, they fell not in the midst of their camp. They fell by him, but by their camp. All around. This has to be all around. All around. They fell by their camp all around. And I don't need this. So I can't use that like that. I have to make it my own. They fell all around them. They fell by their camp all around them. Now you have to understand, I told you the story of how they were to camp around his tent for meeting. Now they haven't made his tent yet. So I guess they're just one large group right now because he hasn't really assembled them. But yeah, I guess I got carried away. I thought that might have been, but this is before he makes the tent. So they can eat. So they can eat and be filled. Eat. So they can eat to be full, not filled, full. And the desire he gave to them. He gave to them to be satisfied. To be satisfied. Okay, that's not gonna make it, but that did make it. Okay, I'm gonna race down here at the bottom, so let me see where I'd left off here. 14. So have I got enough text to bring down? Yeah, I'm way down here, so let me grab this and go all the way back up to where 14 is at. Thought I'd been working for a while. I gotta remember to try to keep you informed, or show at least keep you aware what's going on here, of how good the text is actually coming along. 14, which would be to here. So and I know it's this verse that's going to be changed to someplace else. That was part of the group to be moved, and because I put it in a small text format. Oh, there's the words that I know that I'm going to move as a group. So this is a group. This group needs to moved up. Okay, now let me see about this group right now, so I can move this up. No, I was under 14, so here. And this would have been here. Then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth, and streams overflowed. Let me see here. Then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth, and gave them abundant water from deeper waters. From deeper water. I don't see a 4 verse coming out of that verse 20, but that's the right place for it, because that's what happened first. They were complaining about water first, then they were complaining about food. Or do I just say get rid of that text? No. I need, then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth. Yeah, this is going to be moved. But I got to say that this is all out. So I'm going to make it 8 point here. Go up and say move here, move group here, just so in case I make another edit, and then I don't need these now. Then Moses struck a boulder, and the rocks split by the hill in the desert, and gave them abundant water. Water gushed forth from deeper water, and caused this water to run like. Then I can use that group. Okay. Now after this, no. Now move this down. And this will become a comma. Well, let me see. I got to read it without this. Let me take this, then cut it, then say, then Moses struck a boulder, split the boulders, and split the boulders by a hill in the desert, and gave them abundant water. The water gushed forth from deeper water, and this is not needed. Okay, so it's going to be copied like this, but it's got to go back up here before that happens. So now move this down, moved this, moved this here. And then this would be tied to this. Then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth, period. And no, if the waters are gushing forth, the water gushed forth, I don't need these words here. I don't need these anymore. Then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth by a hill in the desert, and gave them abundant water. And the water gushed forth from deeper water, and caused this water to run like a strong river. I think that's better than I did 30 years ago. Okay, that's what's going on there. And I think that's where the story is actually going to continue, so I can close that gap. make sure I get one of them. And now I use that to go here and say these two belong together as a group. Yet they continued to be against Moses and Aaron to rebel against Wyvie in the desert. For they put Wyvie to test by asking for food, by saying, can he prepare us a table? Now these two are, yep, and it's going to be this one here has got to tie with this one. Let's see if it does. Can he give us bread and provide meat for us? Wyvie heard them, and his wrath was kindled. Yet he commanded the fog to leave manna for them to eat, and gave them meat from our heaven, for from our heaven came birds. For from our heaven came birds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. These two want to tie together. Well, I don't have any text under it, but those two want to tie together. And I got them separate, and they don't want to be separate. They fell by their camp all around them, so they can eat to be full, for he gave to them to be satisfied. And if I add that word down here, that word gets here. Now, the only problem is this is only verse 29, and I think there's like 70 here. So, 72. I've still got probably another 3 or 4 hours here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this one because I'm going to try to make it as a video. And I'm going to be right back after I probably eat, but this will be part 2. All right, I've got an idea of what I've got to do here. So time to make a break here. I don't know if I can even get that one into the video program. So let me see. I need to stop on Kick first and then stop streaming.